Hello, welcome back to our next Let's Learn. Final Fantasy IX, released in 2001. Originally, later received portings on various platforms, mostly via digital, via Xbox. And well, wait, was it around on Xbox? I don't actually know if it was ever on Xbox Store or the Nintendo one. I know it was on PlayStation Store, but eventually in 2016 it did reach Steam. Here we're playing with the Moguri mod. Moguri mod includes a lot of bug fixes that persisted from the original PlayStation game even into the Steam version, as well as tweaks and more. And it comes with its own set of cheats. We do have one enabled, the 100% steal rate cheat. Trust me, you want that one enabled. Stealing in this game is inexplicably needless grind. Not to mention, steal is tied to a key damage ability of Zidane later on in the game. That being said, that is the only cheat we have. We can also disable some of the built-in cheats like auto battle, automatic trance, automatic quad 9 damage. So yeah, you can disable that, but I would not suggest doing that just because you never know if you need to do it or not. There's also encounter none built into it. So we'll be covering, as usual for Let's Learn, we'll be showing you the way I play these games, which may differ from other ones, and we will be consulting dedicated 9 fans just in case I did get something wrong. Out of the PlayStation trilogy of the modern titles, 9 was probably my second most played, assuming we count physical copies. I did not own 7 until it was on Steam. So we count physical copies, then 9 was my second most played. I think more than 8, with Tactics being my first most played, assuming you want to count that in, so it's no longer a trilogy. Yeah, I know. Tactics was my most played back then. With 8, and I think 9 was more played because 9 was newer, had more stuff in it. After a certain point, you just know all the min-max stuff for 8. So, like your typical Final Fantasy, we will not have access to our full party. So, if you're coming here from, let's say, Final Fantasy X, you do not get access to your full party as early as in 10. In 9, you do not get access to your full party until middle of Disc 3 when free roam is finally opened up. And also, we'll be playing with a fixed party most of the time. So there are going to be sections where we do not have our main party. And if you're coming here from Final Fantasy 14, this is the one Dawntrail is based on. And along the way, we will be pointing out stuff that Dawntrail incorporated. They incorporated a lot of nice motifs as well as names and terms. So anyway. There we go. So you can skip movies now. The reason why you want to consider that is there is a secret weapon in the Disc 4 final dungeon, Memoria, that you can only get there. You get it normally if you play game and get there within 12 hours game time. It's called the Excalibur 2, and it's the absolute most powerful weapon you can get for Steiner. However, it does require you to basically ignore the fact you're playing a Final Fantasy and speedrun it. Moguri includes a cheat that disables this. Honestly, I would suggest if you want it for just the achievement, turn it on, because it is Steiner's best weapon, but at the same time, the stuff you go to normally it ain't worth it, man. I think most veterans of the game was to say, nah, Excalibur 2 is one and done. Get it for achievement on modern games, and that's it. Now, I believe there are ways to have a full game without speedrunning, but it requires glitching and extreme time manipulation. But, that is stuff I don't do. And again, I would just say turn the cheat on. You could put an asterisk mark to it next to all for all I care, man. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth missing, ignoring the fact you're playing on Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is all about exploration, side quests, and more. So yeah, I would just say turn the cheat on. If you want to get it, honestly, go. That's all on you. Me, I don't want to go through that hassle. I don't like playing, speed running games like that. Final Fantasy is not a game I would normally speed run. Anyway, so let's get back here. And it's always going to show that even if you have a controller plugged in. Let's alter our configuration first. This is just what I roll with. So if you swap between the window color is the one we see in Final Fantasy VIII. Classic is the pre-8 configuration. You see it in 7 and earlier titles. A vibration is not like we have that, but anyway. Like I said various times in the Yakuza videos, and Resident Evil, I think, vibration was a cool gimmick when I was young, but now that I'm much older, it's a gimmick. It's just a gimmick. But notice that Zidane has no name. We're about to explain why in a moment. And as we get characters, we're going to go over each one, what they do. So here we have Zidane. So first off, we're gonna pull this up. Do his name. We're gonna be fast forwarding a bit. So you always get this little tutorial battle. It's steal, whatever, and it does count towards thievery. We'll go over thievery later. This is basically a tutorial. And you want to steal because you get some early items here from him that will pay off very soon. Make sure it's steal till there's nothing else. When the enemy has nothing left, go ahead and kill. And he goes down within a couple of a few turns, or less of your critting. So when we get control again, we're going to go with Zidane. Okay, here is an Easter egg. We're not going to do it, but I'm going to explain how to get it. If you say connect Queen Braun 64 times, Ruby will come in and chastise Zidane. It is Easter egg. You can only see it at this very specific spot. See? If you keep doing that over and over and over, you will get the Easter egg. Oh, okay, so we'll have to go over to Zidane when we get control of him again. I forgot. We don't get access to him just yet. I should have done it when we were controlling him before we get his name. All right, here is the black mage of the game, Vivi. All right, so Vivi. Can't access anything. All right. Nah. So let's not, even though he's not technically in the party, you can still equip stuff that you've gained from others. This is a way of preventing not having access to certain things as long as it's in party inventory. Alright, so Vivi, let's pull up his abilities. Alright, so you notice he's got fire and he can learn other stuff. So his command, Black Magic. He is the Black Mage of the game. And he is very good throughout all stages of the game, because he gets access to an ability called Focus, which will increase his magic, damage to that battle. And I don't remember 100% if you can keep stacking it for one shots, or if it goes away when he dies. I believe it might actually be similar to how it works in 10, where you can keep stacking up to 5 times, which is necessary for some side stuff there. So early and mid, he is your main elemental damage. This is because you don't get access to more summons until mid and late game. So he could be a very strong staple of early and mid game parties when you have him as an available party member. Late game, he becomes very destructive with double black magic trance, as well as access to stuff like Meteor, Doomsday. Oh, and he also gets Flare. So if you're a fan of Lulu or Shitoto or Yishtola, Vivi's your guy. Oh, and as a side little Easter egg, even if you anticipate the little rat kid coming at you, that's not an insult, by the way. He is literally a rat kid. If you anticipate him, he'll actually chase you down. So the developers coded it to where you cannot avoid him at all. Okay, so it's there. All right, so you see a little card info, right? So what that means is you can challenge somebody to a Tetra Master game. Tetra Master is the card game of 9, and it sucks. I'm sorry, but it's bad. This is coming off Triple Triad in 8, where it was that mini game was addicting. You could stay there for literally hours, and the way it encouraged you to by introducing the refining cards into items and more. Triple Triad was key to utterly unbalancing Final Fantasy VIII. However, Tetra Master is just crap. Pretty much the only thing you ever need to do with it is collection for an achievement. I believe there's an achievement for it. I can't remember. Otherwise, it's bad. It's awful. And I don't remember ever seeing a single Final Fantasy IX hardcore fan who said that Tetra Master was good, unless they were doing it to be ironic. It's by far just the weakest minigame of all Final Fantasy. This is bizarre because 9 also has Chocobo Hot and Cold, and Hot and Cold is amazing. Like, Hot and Cold is awesome. So anyway, that little card icon means you can challenge somebody to a Tetra Master match. Story-wise, you are required to play 3 games in order to progress the story, but this is early in Disc 3. And you can't get any just yet. If you wonder why this area looks familiar, if you're coming from 14, this is part of the Miso Terminal. And this area becomes locked off. This is actually an area, these stairs, you actually can use them in the Miso Terminal. And I believe they get repaired later on in the story here. So if you remember, I recently did a Phantasy Star 4 Let's Play, pointing out how it's a harder game because of lack of free access to Resurrection. This is what I'm talking about right here. I was talking about how Final Fantasy has it so easily accessible, and that's right there. Literally the first shop, and you have access to Phoenix Downs. So this is the synthesis. You can take 2 items and make them into something else. This is actually key to getting some early game abilities, as well as ones that can make upcoming fights much easier. Not to mention later in mid and late game, you'll need some really strong stuff in order to do synthesis. So you can explore around, and here is the jump rope minigame. This is another minigame like the Excalibur 2 that veterans say cheat. Here's why. I'll show you why. Yeah, it's that easy to screw it up. So if I think you have to get 1,000. And once you do that, you get an achievement as well as a key item for bragging rights. Moguri mod does include a cheat for getting past this. Honestly, as another one, I would just say, yeah, you want to do it legit, go ahead. Nobody will hold it against you if you want to do it legit. It's just it's part of the problem with old school Final Fantasy. There's a lot of questionable design choices. Made you think, why did they just not include something in the modern ports? So anyway, you can explore around, but it's better just to go ahead and talk to the guy and keep going. Vivi got scammed. And now you can do that. You can talk to Alleyway Jack. It's totally optional, by the way. You don't have to do this. And you can't get away, you can't progress without doing so. So yeah, this is entirely optional. You may be wondering, who is this guy? Why does he have 4 arms? This is who you think it is. It is Gilgamesh. Yeah, we can just, do that. I don't think we ever actually learned what his real name is in this game, but this is Gilgamesh, and it's the same one across all Final Fantasies. Same one is in 5, in 8, 9, then later 12, 13 trilogy, even the 1 in 14. Make sure to check around here because there are little extra stuff you can grab here. This is pretty much the only time you can do this because when you leave Alexandria here, you do not come to the outside of Alexandria until Disc 3. It is, however, totally optional. It's mostly minor stuff like extra 100 gold or something, or gil. So Moogles are save points. Now in the Steam version, and I assume the console versions of the modern one, modern ports, you have autosave in those. It's always good to have at least a hard save, just in case you somehow get yourself into a bad position. Because the early Final Fantasy before 10 had a really bad habit of not warning the player when they could get into a soft lock situation. By soft lock, I mean they could end up getting themselves into an unwinnable position due to low supplies or poor, readiness. If you want an example of what I mean, Ryovan's Castle in Tactics. That's a great example because you can end up getting down there and not realizing you shouldn't be saving on that slot. I do believe this is addressed in the upcoming Git Chronicles. I've seen footage of people analyzing trailers and such that is no longer a problem, that you cannot be soft-locked anymore. But anyway, here is a side quest, Silkskin the Wanderer. Make sure to talk to gain info about Mognet. Now, generally speaking, the Mognet side quest is done by talking to Moogles along the way. Every new Moogle you see, talk to them. Because you may have a letter that is for them. And I believe Monty is actually in the Evil Forest, which is a upcoming area about less than an hour in. But he actually might be in a castle, I'm not sure. Either way, you want to talk to every Moogle, every new Moogle you see. It doesn't matter if you dawdle or not. And see, like I said, small amounts of gil, so you don't need to do it. Not a big deal if you get it or not. Notice what it says for age. Because Vivi is an artificial construction. Oh, and something to note is 9 is the last of the mainline titles that allows you to name your characters. When 10 comes around, and after that is when they started hard locking character names because it would incorporate voice acting fully. So they couldn't just do what they did in 10. Which was creative. It was creative how they just used referential pronouns to talk to Titus. Like they would never say, Titus. They say, oh, him or you. They would use stuff like they were addressing him. There we go. You can get a little bit of a cash boost early on. And here comes an upcoming minigame. Once we get past this little market battle. Okay, so you notice we had basically SFX. We couldn't do damage, and it's impossible to lose that battle. So just focus fire on Leo, and you're done. For wondering why that's familiar, Dancer theme in 14. However, they did a token arrange for that. This is an upcoming minigame. Get 100 out of 100 impressed, you can get an early Moonstone. When we did this as a Let's Play, I did it one shot. I took that and ran. It was amazing to get that one shot. And Moguri mod does feature a cheat for this. However, if you're talented enough at it, it wouldn't matter. And you can keep going and going until you get the maximum reward if you want to. It allows you to repeat the fight. Damn it, I did it again! So yeah, you had to get 100 out of 100 and impress Brawn. If you do that, you get an early Moonstone. An early Moonstone, it means you have access to changing Carbuncle's effects. We will go over that when we get Ico and Carbuncle. And no, you don't want to do it again. And this is why you want to do this, because you can get a huge cash bonus early on, but only if you decide not to do it. So you keep doing it over and over until you get 100 out of 100 and Brawn impressed. But yeah, that wasn't done without cheat. I swear it was not done with a cheat. I did point out Moguri mod does have one, but we don't need it. We did it legit. Turn that fast forward back on. Get back in. Now, there should be a Moogle around here, actually. If you're wondering why that music in this area looks familiar, well, you've probably come here from 14. This area was reused in the Underkeep with a Soken version of Find the Princess, which is playing right now. Yeah, that is the entrance area of the Underkeep. However, 14's version does not have the portrait of Brawn. And if you try to do anything, this will keep happening. You can do whatever, it doesn't really matter much, because he'll look at her anyway. And this is Beatrix, who becomes a temporary party member later. And if you wonder why she's so important, Zelenia. The Zelenia was based off of her. He even uses all her damn abilities. And Steiner was reused as Otis. Even the human version looked like him too. Like, damn. Another chance to name Steiner. So as soon as we get control, we'll talk about him. All right, talk about Steiner. Bringing up his abilities. So he doesn't really have anything right now because you start learning his abilities via swords and some other items later on. So anyway, Steiner. Steiner is the paladin of the game, in the sense of he's your heavy armor wielder with a sword. But he's kind of a combination of, well, sword-wise, he's more closer to Dark Knight, who usually has a great sword. But he behaves like a paladin. And he also has functions of the Final Fantasy Tactics Knight. So he's a fusion of Paladin, Dark Knight, and Tactics Knight. What this means is he can reduce enemy armor and some some of their attributes like mental break, mind, magic break, and others. He also gets access to Dark Side, which is a classic Dark Knight ability, and he can get access to Beatrix's sword skills later on in the story. Once you get access to some of the in-game weapons, you can start getting access to them around early Disc 3. But overall, Steiner is honestly, I would say, a staple of late game parties. Mid and late game, once you get access to the free party formation, he is by far one of your best party members. He gets access to a lot of useful stuff, as well as stuff like the beat cheese killers. And we'll go over to that when we actually get some of them. Because there's not much point talking about them right now, even with timestamps. So anyway, let's go back in. Talk to the Moogle. It's Mosh. So yeah, Monty should be in the evil force. It's been a while since I did, but basically make sure to check with every single new Moogle that you run into. Make sure to explore around. And if you talk to some of these guys, it's actually a hint towards a late game, well, not late game, but mid game activity involving them that will gives you access to some extra stuff if you do the right answer. Make sure to come back and talk to Beatrix. Talk to Braun. This is how you get that early Moonstone. You have to come back and talk to her. Now, you will get a different item depending on how you ended the Swordplay minigame. Also, note, Alexandria is a monarchy as a queendom, meaning men get treated like hell. Not really, but basically, yeah. Oh, and here we have a Easter egg that, unless you go out of your way to see it, you may not know it's actually here. So you come all the way over here. Oh wait, we're on the wrong floor, aren't we? Yeah, we're on the wrong floor, but there is an Easter egg in this area. You need to get into the kitchen. Now we can find which one's the right kitchen. And this is the Library of Alexandria. This is an area you can be coming to later. Or rather, there is an optional boss here during Disc 2. As well as Disc 3. There's the kitchen. Now, this is an Easter egg because this is Quina Quinn, who you can get as an early party member once you get access to below Lindblum. This is something you can see Well, Quina is a Q, and Qs, well, we'll explain more when we get your dim unlocked, but yeah. There's nothing wrong, it's just much easier to explain when we actually have Quina in the party. Alright, so let's get hustling. We'll be talk about this minigame when we get to it, but do talk to the Knights of the Pluto as you find them, because they have some hints towards a Disc 3 activity. Make sure to talk to all of them, because if you do, there's an extra reward. I believe we found all of them. I'm not sure, so we're gonna. Make sure to double back and check each area. Since it is possible that we missed some. I don't believe we've missed any, but doesn't hurt to keep checking. Oh, just one we missed. Even if you tell him he can leave, he'll still show up later anyway. I believe we talked to everybody. So double back and make sure you talk to every single possible one. And it's easy to find them because they're the only armored men in this area. And again, talk to them again. See? So we missed somebody somewhere. So we're going to go back and do it. And it's worth it to do it because you get a little extra item early on. I believe we need to go back and talk to the two up in the tower. But fast forward, this is trivial. We missed one somewhere. It's unusual. You should be the last one, right? I believe we missed someone somewhere. Once again, fast forward is our friend. We missed someone somewhere, I'm not really sure. So Mullican, does count as I'm might have to go and check because I really do not remember where that last one is. Strange, because I'm sure we got it. You found 7. Oh, apparently we gotta find him in the hall. That's the one that's been running around. Yeah, we're just missing the one in the hall. Okay, so yeah, I could have sworn that wasn't it. All right, Downo. And I'm going the wrong way because I am not paying attention. All right, so we got there he is. Oh, little. Get back here. What is this? Scooby-Doo? Dude, does he just not want to go over there? Ah, are you serious right now? Dude, I don't remember it being like that at all. So yeah, pay attention here. This is gonna be some Scooby-Doo shit, isn't it? Goofy. Come on, man. So this could be the last one for you, for most people, just because he's an annoying little. I do not know why it does this. Okay, so he's gonna be a pain in the ass. Come here, you little. Caught you. Nuisance. All right, now we finally got that done. Yeah, you had to do some Scooby-Doo mind games on him. Now you got all that done. If you, a little Easter egg there, if you talk to the unnamed knight of Pluto, then he'll say that. And this is something you should pay attention to because this has immediate effect in Disc 3. Or rather, it has major effect in Disc 3. And you get an early elixir for doing it. Speaking of Scooby-Doo, now if you do that, if you wait before advance the text, the music will play normally, but then it alters when she runs through. And by the way, this is the Prima Vista. You're wondering why that's familiar, because you may be coming from 14, and that was the theater ship in the Evil East raids. Okay, we have control of Zidane, so let's talk about him, like I said. Alright, so Zidane. Zidane is, in fact, he's the thief of this game, both literally and metaphorically. Now, what this means is Zidane is honestly going to be a core party member. You can, however, not have him in the final battle, which is unusual because honestly, he's going to be in your combat party for most of the game, and he is going to be one of your best DPS options, mid and late game. Early game, he will be doing funny stuff with thievery and more. Look at his abilities. We'll be going over how these abilities work soon as well. If you manage to get the Mage Masher, go ahead and equip it because it gives him 2 abilities. And you want to have him equipped with a Mage Masher because it gives him a new point. Now, the way Zidane abilities works is he has 2 sets of abilities. One is you will get access to a regular one that you can use in battle, and then they change to trance abilities. In trance, they all do different effects instead. Usually status, or rather, usually AoE damage or single target damage. So anyway, Zidane is an agile character, and he has, I believe, actually the 3rd highest attack power, but in terms of combat, you really don't notice it. I believe Emerald and Steiner has the highest. I believe Emerald has higher than Zidane, but lower than Steiner. But either way, Zidane is a core party member. Use him all the time you can. He has thievery, and he gets access to, he has an actual ability called thievery later on, but I'm talking about in general, stealing is great because you get access to items that normally may not show up until later on, like we did with Mage Masher. Anyway, let's continue on. Now, if you mess around with this, you can get access to hidden items. Notice it dropped. You have to do it both ways in order to get stuff to drop. Phoenix Pinion now. This is an interesting item, right? If I remember correctly, it will give you full health on restore, resurrection. However, it is also okay. It's not. This is not the one I'm thinking of. So it might be an Ico only item. So Ico can equip it later on, or equip a Phoenix item later on that allows her to actually learn Phoenix. Make sure to steal from Steiner. Also note, this is one of the very, very few times in the game that you'll have an party member as an enemy target. Let's go ahead and use that Phoenix Pinion. Oh, it's not full heal. Strange. But you do want to have extra ones because there is a very good reason why. Also, note the ability he just used. It's similar to Stock, but neither Steiner or Beatrix can actually use this ability. It exists only for this very specific fight. Take note of him saying he hates Ogloffs. This becomes relevant very soon. Take note of what she said. That becomes relevant in Disc 2. That is, it seems like a throwaway line now, but it does become relevant later on. And now you have a reprise of the mock battle. Notice Steiner is acting goofy. Also, something I forgot to talk about is the scholars talking about books on Eidolons. That becomes relevant soon. 9, the plot of 9 is very summon heavy. It's probably, I would say, 8, 9, and 10 have the only Final Fantasy plots where summon. Well, 6, 8, 9, and 10 are the most summon relevant plots in the entire franchise. They do become much more relevant in 13, but it's largely they show up as bosses, and well, I guess I should include 13 on that list, huh? Because they become very important there. But at the original games, 9 is probably more heavier than 8 when it comes to using summons as part of the story. With I would say 6 being the heaviest of the pre-10 titles, and 10, then you have 10 where Aeons are a core part of the story. Then much later you got 13 where the Eidolons are servants of Etro. They come in to smack into behaving. When we get access to Garnet, we'll talk to, rather, when we get out of the battle, we'll talk about her stuff. If you just focus on, Steiner quicker, attacking the others will just cause them to run away after one turn. So, note you cannot steal either. So, not like you would need to anyway. But after 3 turns, automatic. I just heard that cat. Poor cat. Here we are, the Evil Forest. So this explains the ATE. It's interesting because you can... Okay, so for one, ATE is meant to keep your playthroughs of 9 different each time. Depending on whether or not you do or don't view an ATE, you can actually change sequence of events slightly. Not very much, but you can change some things around. Like you can, for example, there's a QTE in Disc 3 where you can send Vivi off, and then you got to go and see Vivi there. But if you don't do it, then you don't see him in that location. It allows you to see stuff going on. Like here, you see the setup to the next boss. Moscow, okay. So you can level up here a little bit. You don't need to, but you can. So it's entirely up to you if you want to do it or not. There are better grind spots coming up not too long from now. Plus, you might want to wait until you have access to, you know, 3 party members. Here is trance. This is a scripted trance battle. You'll always be giving trance even if you already have one active. Notice he has nothing, so this is intentional. Be careful what you use. Do not use Tidal Flame because it can end up killing her. Just, yeah, turn that down. If Garnet gets low, pop a healing on her. It tells you how many he has left. One push will keep her topped up. There we go. So 2 trance hits will kill him, and you can avoid wasting time by not trying to steal, because again, he doesn't have anything. Now the next boss will. Again, you can steal. Actually, wait. We're about to find out. Vivi will also help, so keep him healed up and he can auto-win the battle for you. There we go. He does have something. So we're gonna keep Vivi healed. Generally speaking, enemies will have up to 3 items. Once you steal out, once you stole, it'll tell you again that you have nothing. So there we go. Okay, Zidane can just take him down. All right. So bosses don't give XP, but they always give more AP than other enemies in the area. So take note of what the items show. If it has abilities on it, but the character equipping it cannot equip it, it'll let you know by grading it out. If it's an ability that the character can learn, it will show it as a red icon for an active ability or a blue one for a passive. Everything that can be used in combat actively is considered an active ability. Passives are equipped in the menu. All right. So also, I want to talk about. Let's see. Let's talk about your items real quick. You see how this has shell and moonstone? The moonstone has shell and beast killer. Now, if you equip 2 items that have the same ability, you learn them twice as fast. And I believe the most you can equip this way is 2. So you can only get twice the learning speed for a single skill. I believe it. I could be wrong, but it has been a while since I had to do this. It's been a few years. I checked and we last played this as an LP in 2022. So yeah, it's been a while. And note, this is a special ability that only shows up for Zidane. And this has interesting mechanical implications later on. Well, again, we'll get to that in time. Okay, so take note of what this is. He says her age is. This is actually an important story point that will be explored in Disc 2, as well as Disc 3. And if you look at some of the ATEs, some cannot be seen unless you look at a previous one. Make sure to loot stuff as well. So Baku is kind of he's a big mouth, but honestly, he's a good guy. If you're having trouble, you can save. If you make sure to save, you can just go and grind a little. You shouldn't need to. You should be able to get this fight with level 1, especially if you manage to get gear off of Baku earlier. Make sure to steal because he does have some good gear for Steiner. That's hard to find this early on. As well as that high potion, which is a very powerful healing item at this point in the game. Note, Baku can sometimes you stumble, it gives you a free turn. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can just blast him with trance. However, it's difficult to build up trance this early on. Because trance works like the stoic mode, overdrive mode in 10. In that it builds up when you take damage. You can end up taking a lot of turns just taking damage until you build it up. Notice he punched him, but he was facing a different direction. Well, let's go talk to him. You're up Steiner as well. Make sure to loot everything here because this is once you're done in the evil forest, you cannot come back to the Prima Vista's wreck. Here is something we get access to. With this is something that can only be done with Steiner and being in the same party as Vivi. First off, let's go ahead and equip Bird Killer. These will have some use coming up soon. Beast Killer was also pretty useful in a mid-Disc 1 event. So you want to get that off of him. Put that on him because getting access to Thunder is critical. Because there are some points coming up where Thunder is a strong ability for Vivi to have access to. Also note, the party members, some of them will have shared abilities like Beast Killer or Bird Killer, but the mages and the healers will not get access to that. Got everything. So make sure to save all of your equipment until disc 3. Because the reason why is there are some synthesis shops in disc 1 and 2 that require items that are hard to find after shops update. So you could end up trying to get something that is like a missing ability that you should have had access to early on, but you can end up missing it. So yeah, be careful about that kind of thing. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to lightly grind up a bit because we want to have at least characters at least level 3 for the upcoming boss. So we'll see you soon. Okay, we're back. We did our screen grind real quick, which it went by very fast. You know, if you're level 4, because I kind of estimated just how much XP you got. Well, underestimated how much XP you got here. Anyway. I forgot. If you come in here for the first time, you elect to view the active time event, you get a hidden song played, which means every time you go back to the Prima Vista while in this area, you can hear the Rufus welcoming march from 7. So it's a cool Easter egg. Hey, get back here. But the camera can be screwy sometimes. And there's Monkey, finally. So the Moogles, they'll basically tell you their thoughts on the story as it progresses. So each letter is meant to be delivered along the way. It does, you know. Make sure to talk to each Moogle that you talk to. And this is a hint to where the next Stiltskin appearance is. Keep talking until the Moogle says they want mail. So we're gonna save on a different slot because we don't want to override our Let's Play save by accident. And if you feel like you want to grind out the area, this is a level up spot. But again, this is not a very good one. And you start getting harder to level up once you hit the level 5 and 6 range. So just move on with the story. Ominous! We need an adult. So he is weak against fire. Make sure it's healed. He does have some Steiner here. So I want to talk about Minus Strike. Minus Strike is a very interesting ability. Basically, it takes Steiner's hit points, his current hit points, and it subtracts the difference between his current hit points and his max hit points. And then it does that as damage. Hence, the term Minus Strike. Mid and late games can be a very cost-effective ability. Also, Sword Magic. Sword Magic is a fun little thing that can only work with Vivi and Steiner in the same party. Any magic ability that Vivi has learned can be applied to Steiner's sword for extra damage. As you can see, is an extra way to put out twice as much elemental damage in one turn. Okay, you got nothing else. Blast him. Good thing killed him, huh? Even if so happens, even if you know you quickly kill the guy. And if for some reason you have trouble stealing, that's another person that can help steal. But you really shouldn't at this point. So as long as you have Vivi alive, he'll go down quick. And we learn fire, good. So once you learn ability, it is permanent. You do not need to have that item equipped anymore. It's also possible to see these little mini plant brains before the boss. So it's possible to see them out in the wild, but it's a random encounter, so most of the time you're going to be seeing goblins and wolves anyway. And if you do that, you will go into a combat. Oh, it's playing spider, that's right. You can use it to get a little extra steel, but it's not much fun. Note Vivi can multi-target. This is something that's honestly kind of weird that it's not in later titles. In the sense that they tend to force a single target. First off, let's change his items around. We don't need him learning piece clearing once he's got it now. So this is why you want to keep all your items around, because some abilities can only be learned on early game equipment that's hard to find later on. And if you have the battle shortcut turned off or turned on in the default options, it will still show you the little boss intro. Well, not boss intro, but the battle intro. So at this point, Vivi, if he's level 4 or higher, he should be just one-shotting these guys. They have very low hit points to begin with. Would skip that. This is where Blink is petrified for most of the game. Also, damn, strip calling us monkey. Douche. I mean, he does have a tail, but come on. So, this is a tutorial for people who don't know some of the functions. Make sure to talk to Monty before you leave. Or rather, when you see him in the spring, otherwise you can't complete the Mognet quest. Can be wrong, so as usual, if I get things wrong, I will correct it in the next video. That's what I was talking about, the shortcut. It's toggle to have the normal entry on, the normal intro on like in the PlayStation version, or you can just toggle it off. Now that we have Garnet, we're going to talk about her abilities. First off, let's check and see what we can give her. Not much, apparently. Alright, so abilities. Garnet functions as a combination of White Mage and Summoner. He has the same job archetype that Aiko gets later on. However, Garnet differs from Aiko in that Garnet gets access to almost all of the damage-based summons, and she shares some of the strongest white magic. Aiko differs in that she gets access to more of the buff magic, and she has the less damage summons, but more of the party buffing summons, as well as access to specific summons that only she can have, as well as Garnet can only access certain summons. Now notice the MP costs. I believe in theory you can access Garnet summons on disc 1. However, it is extremely unlikely unless you are doing some extremely high grinding for the small amount of time you have Garnet in the party in disc 1, as well as the fact that you would have to effectively cheat. You would need to cheat in order to get her MP up enough to use this. However, it is possible, I believe, adjusting that it may have been intended at some point to have her Eidolons available sooner. When they return to her in disc 2 and 3, or rather when she gets them in disc 3, then they have normal MP costs. But this, if you look at it, it does tell you which ones she can learn as part of the story. These are ones returned to her as part of the story. There are other ones that she can get as part of side quests as well as side objectives. So make sure to explore around here, because there is a little Easter egg area you can go to. In the sense that we can go to very early. We're going to turn on encounter none so we can get through this area safely. Otherwise we'll be in battles constantly. That's not it. We gotta go around. Okay, the bridge is not there, I guess. If you go here, North Gate. This is an optional scene that you would have to go all the way over here in order to see it. Yeah. And you can buy some potions. There's not much to do here other than that, the items and get the little Easter egg. This is a missable scene. You cannot enter Evil Force again ever. It's locked off once you've completed the area. Notice there are other areas around here. Can I access them? We cannot access them yet. So this is a nice little level up spot if you find you're having trouble in the upcoming areas. I do suggest considering it. If you do level up in it, go to at least level 8 or 9. 10 is a luxury. Be careful of the ice mist that will cause combat. If you go over these certain walls, you can get extra items by having Vivi melted. Oh, right. So because we have encounter none turned on, we don't have to worry about the ice combat. So this is great to show it off. Make sure to have him melted after that if you want to get the item. Because when he does that, yeah. And this is another Mage Master if you missed the one from Baku. Make sure to keep 2 around because you can get access to a weapon soon by fusing them. And for some reason you don't have a spare one, you can just go ahead and give it to him. This gives him access to Blizzard. Make sure to go to the left because this is a Moogle location. Oh, this bastard too, come on. We are at a point where you want to consider saving. We're going to fix our party order because, yeah, that doesn't work for us. Save again because I don't want to forget about it. So this is an upcoming solo boss. If you can come in here with trance or 1 or 2 turns away, it's a great opportunity. Because you want to be able to drop the boss quick with AoE. And this is the first Black Waltz. Black Waltzers are, honestly, it's still a surprise that they did not show up in Dawntrail. However, Dawntrail is not fully completed, so we may see them in 7.4 or 7.5. But it's strange that we didn't see them. Black Waltzes are advanced versions of Black Mages. Think of them as elite versions. Make sure to steal from him because he has some very interesting items. Both of them do. Fortunately, I didn't see what we got. Alright, nothing left. That's cool. Grant! Oh crap! So that's what happens if you don't pay attention. You should be willing to keep yourself healed up while doing that. So this is why I say save constantly and be careful. Oh, I didn't want to do that. What was even on there? Weird. Huh. So yeah, this is a boss that can mess you up if you are not paying attention. You're disrespecting what he does. Tidal Flame will wipe him out one shot, so make sure to steal from him first, then go steal from Sealion. Keep yourself healed up along the way. Heal. Gotta go to trance too. See what I meant by high flow should be a strong item? Yeah, it's very strong for this point of the game. It's effectively a free full heal. Sword Dagger, that's what it was. Yeah, that's another good item to throw you on. Another one you need for assistance. But this is what can happen. It just double up on you, so you need to be careful. This is why you gotta be careful. So I would also say steal once from both of them. Get the dagger and the shirt, then just go for the kill. Because it's risky unless you have severe leveling. So let me check. What was his other item? It may not be worth it to try stealing after, let's see. Just okay, so just Mithril Dagger. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, just heal dagger and then. So yeah, this is why you gotta be careful. Keep healing up. Also note that the jewel will change as well. Something well, you usually don't not as long as quite long enough to notice. Just keep healing up, and once you got those two items, you just use your first few turns to try to steal them before the trance goes off. Then just blast them with trance. This fight will change if you remember to put the dagger or not. Whoa! So, that's unusual. When you go into trance, you get defensive bonuses, so I'm very surprised that happened. Honestly, this may be an issue where we do not have enough levels. Our level is still too low. Let's just speed it up a bit. Nope. Do that. There, that was failure. Yeah, I didn't want to risk it, so this is something you're going in low level you need to be careful about. This is a great example of what I mean. You do want to consider grinding up a fair bit to be ready for a good boss. As long as you have a good chunk of potions, you should be able to brute force the fight. Especially when you get trance again. And there we go. So two trances will drop him. And that was just floppy play for me. So learn from that. Try not to let that happen to you. And if you wonder why Zorn and Dorn are familiar, because it's because if you're a 14 player, you know why you've seen these guys before. The two Yulmore jesters in Shadowbringers were directly inspired by them. They didn't refuse to become a boss later on, though. But they were also a boss of their own. Yeah. So yeah, we are very low level. We are coming up to a little bit of an early spot. It's not one of the best spots in the disc, though. No, let's see. Go back. We should see Silk Skin. Nope. Maybe Stillskin doesn't show up until Bermitia. Whatever. So, make sure to be, at least level 7 for that fight. It's doable on lower levels, but it's a pain in the ass, as you have seen. And you can rename her. Whoa, nuts. Alright, so this is the Dali area. Now, the Dali area is special because one, it's a decent level up spot once you clear the ice cavern. Two is the start of the friendly monsters side quest. Now, in order to defeat an optional boss on in disc 3 and 4, you can fight them on disc 3 or 4. You need to complete the friendly monster side quest, and it's a side quest that's best left until you have the airship, because by then you can have access to double AP. Not to mention, the entire quest gives out about 200 AP total, and I think that was before AP bonuses. So you can instantly learn a lot of abilities if you wait to do the side quest. So if you find a friendly monster here, run. Do not, the friendly monsters will have a special battle music, and they will not be aggressive. They'll ask you for an item. Now, each monster will ask for the previous monster's item. So the first monster will not ask for an item. It'll give you, rather, it's not going to ask for a special Moonstone or something. It's going to ask you for an item that you should be able to have. So first one asks you for ore. Give it ore, then it's going to give you an item. That item is meant to be used for the next monster. This becomes more important in disc 2 and 3. So remember what I was saying a little while ago about active time events and locations? Well, this is one of them. And she's honestly adorable. There's Kumo. Again, talk to every Moogle, because some will do that. So some will give you a letter to take. And if you don't have, if you don't have them from Steels, here you can get them. And the shop menu tell you who can equip, so you don't have to worry about buying gear that you can't actually do anything with. We need an adult. And if you go over, you're there talking. Again, this is something that becomes very relevant in Disc 2. And the Moogle does not help us at all. I guess you can't see squat with those eyes closed. The game will force you to go back in. Steiner is just adorable sometimes. Dude, this guy, man. Don't go down just yet. There is a side item you can get here. We may not be able to get to it right now, actually. Oh, no, it's in the wrong spot. There we go. So here is part of a side quest that I believe cannot be missed. However, if you don't grab the items as you go along, you have to go backtrack later. This is the Zodiac coin side quest, which gives you, when you get to Trino, you can turn them in for a lot of your rewards. So you can just grab them as you go along. This is the very first one you can get. This is a combat area. However, since we have encounter none turned on, we're not seeing combat because we haven't actually triggered the condition where combat starts. Make sure to go ahead and loot everything you can in sight. Note how Garnet reacted. That will be relevant later. The openness you will cause combat, and then the area becomes a combat zone. Big twist. Vivi has found black mages. I don't think he's got any other buckets. So, you see he has an iron helm. Now this is great because you have two heavy armor users in the game, which are Freya and Steiner. Level up means they can actually catch up in levels. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, it increases XP by 50%. Whereas ability up will double it. Yep, it gives you 150% XP. So yeah, it pretty much, gives you 50% bonus, and this can be used with level up strategies involving virus that will turbo level a character, especially mid and late game. But since he's almost got a bug killer, you'll learn, we'd rather keep him on that. And Moguri is part of a side quest later in the game. Fortunately, we can't get it. Take a start right now because it does require Senna as part of it. You get different dialogue depending on which entity you pick. And here we got the second Black Waltz. Oh, boss down. No, he doesn't take much to drop. And he's easier than the Sealion because that is a 1v2. And the Sealion can get you into a really annoying loop. Okay, now we can take that off him. Yeah, we should definitely switch our gear around too. This is a point where we want to consider leveling up a little bit. We're going to do a little bit of leveling up because the next boss can be rough if you are too underleveled. First, let's check gear. This is a ability that Emerald gets. It is hard to find this ability later on. First off, again, check our gear. Alright, so we are going to go do the grind real quick. We're going to get to level 8 or 9 at least. Because again, this next boss can be a bit rough if you are underleveled. Okay, we've done some grinding. It's not ideal, but we are in the level 8 range. And ideally, you want to be at level 10 or higher. There is a better grind spot coming up when you get to Lindblum, however. So do note some cutscenes can't be skipped, unfortunately. They're like less than 10 seconds. See, that was about 15 at most. Douche. There may have been a missable item, but nothing big. And there's the third black waltz, the final one. I would skip this next cutscene, but it's actually one of the most iconic scenes of 9. And Vivi is pissed. At this point, you lose Garnet for the boss battle. But be careful. Make sure you have some items bought from the store before going in. Again, make sure to steal. He has some very good stuff. Now, Vivi will come to this with double trance active. Right, his trance is double black magic. And he's down. So the silver gloves he just stole are incredibly useful for armor users because they teach undead killers, and undead are very common in Disc 2 and 3. Peopled Hat is also a good item for your casters. So we are not quite done with the Black Waltz yet, as he will return to Disc 2. And there's a special way of dealing with him there too. Alright, so that glass armor that we just got. Very useful ability because you can still heal and get antibody. There are a lot of poison enemies in even the early game. There are some that have a chance of causing poison. That is a very useful ability later. And since Steiner is going to be leaving a party soon, I would not recommend giving him silver gloves. However, when you get Freya, give it to her because she will be in the party for a good chunk of time. And, well, the Lily Curiosity you can get a duplicate of pretty soon. Take note of her. This is an early opportunity to meet her because she does become part of the airship crew when you get access to the airship. Remember what I said about Steiner and Oglups? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. He punches him across the room. But this is the Sid of the game. Much like the one in 10, 7, 6, well, honestly, okay, so Sid is usually an engineer. 8 is, an engineer that's involved in the airship. 8 is in a version where he's the headmaster that tells you about Balam's garden mode, robot mode, which is technically an airship. But the one in 12 was an antagonist, which is the first in the series, and you have the one in 13 being an enemy. And we're back to engineer Sid in 14, so yeah, this is an engineer Sid. Alright, so we can't quite get her in the party yet because she joins after the Festival of the Hunt. So we'll go over her stuff now before I forget, because it's going to be a while before we get to the Festival of the Hunt. So Freya is the Dragoon of the game, and she's actually honestly one of the best party members you can have throughout the game. There are sections where she is not available as one. If you remember correctly, she is not available after reaching Alexandria in Disc 2. The event after the events there becomes unavailable until Disc 3. But she is the Dragoon, and she has powerful dragon abilities. So in quite a few ways, and she's also got an unusual backstory involving, a missing Dragoon who is superior. In some ways, you could compare her to Steinian. Only, his family actually... we don't ever see anything about her family. But honestly, I would say, she is a pretty strong Dragoon. And she does get some very powerful abilities later on that are that you can power up via repeatedly killing dragons. and her abilities are mostly learned through her spears. Just like Steiner. A lot of these guys will learn abilities through weapons, however, some can be learned through accessories or armor. But for the most part, you're going to be learning through weapons. And you can see part of her story sounds like a Estinian, where he doesn't want to return to Ishgard. And here's the big twist. He had hired him to get her out. And if you're wondering why this all seems familiar, they reused this for Lindblum and Alexandria. Lindblum and Alexandria in 14. There, however, it's established that Lindblum was the aggressor rather than Alexandria. As the Alexandria dungeon talks about the Lindblum assault, as do other parts of the zones. And here, synthesis. We're trying to get access to synthesis, so we're just going to ignore this thing again. I'm about to tell you in a better explanation. That is an Easter egg for an upcoming boss. Come here. Let's go all the way over to the pizza shop. And we are totally in the wrong area. Okay, this is actually an Easter egg. So, yeah, a guy called Wayne, and got another one called Torres. Maybe you wonder, what is this an Easter egg to? This is an Easter egg to Parasite Eve, a lesser known at this point series that Square did. At this point, see, this would have been after Parasite Eve 2, which came out around late 90s, I think 99. I remember the original came out in 97 or 6. Oh, no, it's 97 or 98. I think 98. Then you had, the sequel a year later-ish. Anyway, Wayne was one of the police officers in the NYPD, storage area where you did gunsmithing. Torres was his superior. During the story, Torres died protecting, crap, I forgot, it was her partner's kid. Yeah, I forgot his name. It was her partner, and his kid was being protected by Torres, who died during day 3. So Wayne carried on gunsmithing and storage for Aya after that. So this is a very obscure Easter egg that, unless you played Parasite Eve or someone told you, you would not realize what this is what's going on, because they run the synthesis shop, and you would take two guns and put them together to create a new one, or take parameters from one gun to add it to another one. So honestly, I say that in like, where the hell is the Parasite Eve port? Anyway, Parasite Eve, that's what I want to do. I really want to do a Let's Play of that. That is one of those RPGs that nobody talks about anymore, because first one was great, second one was alright, the third one people don't like talking about. So anyway, note what we can get here. Butterfly Sword is this. So take a look at this. When it says add ST, that means it adds the status effect to attacks when you have add status. With Thief Sword, you can automatically guarantee infliction of a status effect as long as, and the key word is, the operative phrase is as long as they are vulnerable to it. We're gonna make sure we're gonna get a couple more Mage Mashers. Dagger is one you can end up selling by accident and not have another one up. And we want to get both of these Thief Swords because we want to get all of Zidane's abilities. Alright, so that should allow us to get all of them. But keep items as long as you can. Javelin is used exclusively by Freya. Orc is by an upcoming party member. And if you didn't get them off, you can't get another pair, and I would suggest doing that. Make sure to check using on the 360 pad, it is the back button. But on a PlayStation pad, it would be the select button. Make sure to check and see what the extra bonuses, if any, are. The water, sorry, not water, but elemental reduction or notification can be very useful for mid and late game encounters. Like, see, this here is a very good, bonus because there is some stuff mid and late game that's nasty with elemental ice. Well, it's water. Note what it says here. This is a hint that you are going to have a party member that can use Q clan weaponry. Alright, so now we got that, we're going to go back and do some thesis. Alright, so synthesis. You have to have item in your inventory and be able to pay the fee. There are some items you can only get through synthesis, as thief swords, for example, are not normally buyable. If you get these now, you do not have to get you do not have to look for them later, because again, remember I said about item stores updating. For example, the one in Trino will sell bog standard gear when you first visit it, but then disc 3 and it will upgrade big time. Now, this is an interesting ability. Basically, what it does is it forces a back attack, even if you do not start battle with one. Goldblade is one you want to consider getting before any other ability. The reason why is if we have a thief sword equipped, Goldblade will automatically force it. Remember what I was saying just a few minutes ago? That is why right there. It can force status effects, and then there are some upcoming enemies, as well as bosses that are very vulnerable to certain status effects that Zidane can equip a thief sword for. For example, the Zagnol is weak against blind. And it's actually an enemy you can run into around here. And this is a big reason why you want to synthesize this. Look what you get. Bird Killer. Bird Killer can be a hard one to get for Zidane, and there are upcoming birds and aerial enemies that are vulnerable against that. So, as well as Steel Gill. With Missile Dagger, you can turbocharge that one. Millionaire. That is an ability that an upcoming party member gets, and you want to get that. Because it increases your guild gain while that party member has that ability active. Now that we got that, we're going to explore around a bit. Keep note of what it says. You get Kupo nuts later, and if you take them to a Moogle inside Gizamulu's grotto, you get rewards every time. Now you can come back here in Disc 2 to get this, but it's easier to get this now. There is a item around here. Let's see. It may not actually be spawned yet. There is a Zodiac coin around here. Let me check, because we may have missed it. I'm not sure. Forest coin. Oh, we have not actually. So the first one is Aries, and that is the very first one you can get. The second one is the second and third are in Trino. The other one is in Bermesia. Generally speaking, you can only get these as you take. Well, it's not listed in the order you actually see them, or that you can get them. It's just listed in general. Yep, it's during the reconstruction, so we cannot get this one yet. It is when the events of Lindblum cause destruction. So around here is where that Zodiac coin will be. It's called Stellazio coin. It's Zodiac, come on. So this is a great level up spot. I suggest taking it now when you have Zidane. It is a little riskier, however, you can use this time to get a lot of abilities like the Soul Blade, as well as What's That, and more. You want to be at least level 15, preferably 20, because the upcoming area is a rough one. Rather, the festival hunt, it has alternate outcomes depending on who wins it. Generally speaking, you want a specific outcome, and we'll go over that when we get to the festival hunt. For now, we're going to go and grind a little bit. We'll see you soon. Okay, so we've done our grinding. We brought Zidane up to level 12. When you go into train for the first time, you get the event, an unskippable ATE, where Vivi is shopping. So we kind of stumbled upon it. Also, I forgot to notice. I forgot to check the ATB according to Moguri mod was not set on default. Hence why we had a little bit of trouble with Black Waltz 1. Because I didn't notice it was set up to where they would get turns more often. There's multiple modes. One was dynamic where everybody acts at the same time. Yeah. Also, take note of the Kupo nut. This is something you can give Moogles and get rewards. So we're actually going to go to the industrial district, check around some stuff. There is some stuff to grab. Yeah, whatever. Can't be bothered. There's not much else other than that right there, so. It should be noted that this is the only time you can get it is when Lindblum is in hold. After Disc 2, the industrial district gets locked off. Take note, this is the Hildegard 2 that was mentioned before, and this does become relevant soon. So this is actually a hint towards the coffee side quest that can be started in Disc 2. There we go. So check it. So we actually hit level 13. No, my bad. That was 16. That was 12. We got to. 16, 15 to 16 is a safe one. We're not going to tent because we are going to be in a festival hunt. We get 4 hit points. There was some to grab around there. This is a hint to a lucrative side activity. That's also a hint to another area. So Chocobo Hot and Cold is in that area, and we will be going to it after we leave Lindblum. It is something I highly recommend because it's an activity that's limited by the disc you're in and your Chocobo's upgrade level, but it's absolutely amazing and leads to some of the best in-game equipment. Busted. If you're wondering why that looked familiar, he was the first boss of the field station in the dungeon introduced in 7.1 of Final Fantasy XIV. When I got to see him, I was like, oh hell. And then we got Valley of Pierre next dungeon, so yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the Festival of the Hunt. And it does have a 12-minute time limit, so... Yeah. So you'll start out in D district. You can only control Zidane during this. Okay, so by default, if you put in the effort, it's almost impossible to lose it as Zidane. However, it has 3 different outcomes. One is if Zidane wins. Second is if Freya wins. And the third is if Vivi wins. The only way Freya can lose, well, the only way Vivi can win is if you get to the Zagnol fight and you knock out both Zidane and Freya. And if you lose a battle here, then it's not game over. That character just loses. So what this means is the typical standard way to do it is let Freya win because you get access to a very strong add-on for this point of the game. And considering there's a secret level up area where you would really want this add-on, you want her to win. So we're gonna throw the fight. Oh, I know it's wrong. You don't get full hit points. I thought we got replenished. It's been a long time. Basically, you want to throw the fight like that. And she, by default, will get the winning amount. Honestly, I would say, technically speaking, why wouldn't she win? She is the Dragoon of the game, right? And she is by far one of the most powerful units. I think she's comparable to Steiner in how you build her, in the sense of if you farm out her abilities, she's scary, and plus she could do a quasi limit break. We'll get to that in time. And this is where Garnet and Steiner leave the party. So Disc 2, her story arc is returning to Alexandria. She will have an interesting boss when we get to her section of Disc 2. Alright, so effectively you're done in Burmese, sorry, Burmese, but Lindblum for now. You can go here early to pick up some items. But there's not really much here. Also, guys, just one item. Anyway, let's look at that item we just picked up. You want to put Freya in the front row, so you can do this by using the order button. Keep mages and your squishies in the back. Front line up front. Zidane can go in the front because he is, he's rather, for a thief in a franchise, he's actually pretty tanky. He's got a lot of damage too, so. Give him that. Alright, so this is why you want to get this item. Look at what it gives. Lancer is a very strong ability for Freya, especially at this point in the game, because it's going to give her something that can attack magic points and damage. And you can drain them, monster, an enemy's magic points to keep them from casting for the most part. It also replenishes hers. Maneater is also one she really wants because they're in in disc 2 and 3 there are going to be sections where you have a lot of heavy enemy units. Also the Insomniac. And again, there are some strategies mid and late game that you want to use sweep the cheese with. Cheesing by using sleep on enemies. So having your units be immune to it helps so much. So since we have a good way weapons right now, give her stuff to level up with, and she's a little bit behind. So Archie's pretty good on stuff right now. Alrighty. Note these are chocobo tracks. Whenever you're near one, you can solid greens, you can summon a chocobo. However, in this game, you had to have the ability unlocked first to actually summon chocobos. So we're actually going to go over to the swampland, pick up a optional party member. These are the Moogles from the tutorial pop-ups. You can actually talk to them and see. Look familiar, don't they? And this is the optional party member. So first off, you gotta catch a frog. Can be a little bit hard. So here is okay. You remember what I was talking about earlier with a optional party member having some strangeness? This would be who I was talking about, Quina. So, Q Tribe are all non-binary. However, through dialogue options and behavior, it's implied that some will identify as one gender or another. I.e., Quail in this area and Quan tend to be referred to with masculine pronouns. Dialogue and mechanical things in this game strongly suggest Quina is female, in the sense of referring to Quina as female would not be wrong. And for purposes of this video, we probably will refer to Quina as female because, again, this is supported by certain dialogue choices as well as comments from the character. They are non-binary for the most part, but some will be referred to by characters as either male or female. I think it's mostly for sanity because remember this game was made in 2000. The world wasn't ready for this back then. Quina is the black. Sorry, not black. He's the blue mage of the game. She is following into the tradition of Keistis from 8. See, this is Quail, and like I said, he tends to be referred to by male pronouns. So, but do note the characters will alternate between she and them in reference to Quina. And you look at the way Quina is dressed, as well as the name, it's easy to see why myself and others would probably think, she's a female Q. And this is a side quest where you can go to Q marshes around the world and get more frogs. So if you get Quina now, see, also it seems to depend on the character. The character may say him, another may say her, another will say them. This is something I should correct myself on now. They alternate, they go all over the place with the pronouns. I don't think it's ever been established exactly which way Quina is. I personally think female. That female pronouns are probably the right ones. So Quina is an entirely optional party member. However, when you come back here in Disc 2 as part of the story, Quina will be a forced party member. See, Vivi thinks it too. Remember, Vivi has had limited exposure to people other than, Quan. And, there is something to be said about the cube. I'm going to say it when we get into combat. Because it's easier to show what I want to talk about. So I don't think we can see this area without actually being in Disc 2. It's not. So Disc 2, you get an alternate path opened up. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off no encounters because we need to get into combat to show what Quina does. We also need to give her some gear. There we go. You may actually want to consider at this point taking the yellow scarf off Zidane if you don't already have it off, because Quina is who gets access to Millionaire, and that is an incredibly useful ability at this point in the game, especially if you're going to be doing some grinding before the next area. I strongly recommend coming into Vermecia once you've cleared Gizmaluk's Grotto at 20 plus. The final boss of Disc 1 is not a fight you can win in the sense of it's scripted that you lose, but she hits very hard, and she actually might wipe you out before you get to the point where you're supposed to actually lose. Plus, Gizmaluk can be a little bit of a problem for newer players. So first off, let's save. Alright, so let's get into combat. Anytime now. Sweet. So Quina learns blue magic by eating enemies. That's right, she goes full Tom Kench, and it is glorious. There is some useful blue magic around here, mostly Mighty Guard as well as White Wind. I strongly recommend having saves in different areas of the game, and since I have one in Disc 1, Disc 2, Disc 3, because it is very possible to miss blue magic, which can make you really annoyed if you're trying to get the achievement. Let's see. We need to see if we can spawn the dragon enemy. I think they're actually over near, closer to the Chocobo Forest. Let's wander over there. Alright, so it should be spawning around here now. Oh crap. Did not mean to do that. That's another one you want to grab. However, these guys reappear in Burmecia too. So if you miss them here, just wander around Burmecia a bit. This is one we're looking for. So getting blue magic early is very good, but it also can be tricky because you don't have access to scan. And if you have to have a monster in hit point critical. Some monsters cannot be eaten. And that's another reason why you want to have her with the Corral ring. Because she absorbs lightning. And that's a key item for certain farming once you get Luke's grotto cleared. Booyah! Let's take a look at that, what we just learned. Gentleman Protect, this is a very powerful ability this early on. Notice, however, Quina's magic points are really low, so you cannot make good use of this until you have gotten her a few levels, and then you're going to have to keep giving her ethers every fight. However, Quina being available for most of the for the rest of Disc 1, as well as most of Disc 2 and 3, means Quina becomes very potent as a party member, and this persists even into Disc 3 when you have to form two different parties, and Quina's better in the party that isn't under a magic field. We'll go into that later down the line. This is also an incredibly powerful ability at this point, because you're going to start seeing status effects more in Disc 2 and 3. Having a AoE cleanse is amazing. So you want to pick up these abilities early on. You also want to consider consulting a guide, because there are ones where, again, I was never big on the blue magic other than getting absolutely critical ones like that, but there are some missable ones. Now this is Chocobo's Forest, a area. Well, there are 4 different Chocobo hide and co locations. This is the first one. You have to uncover Chocograss, upgrade Choco, and eventually you'll get access to more areas as well as transport outside of things. Something to note is eventually Choco can swim, walk on reef, can swim, and then he can fly, as well as cross mountains. The progression you have access to these in is gated by story. You cannot have access to the sea Chocobo ability if you do not already have access to the Blue Narcissus, for example. And you can't fly until you have access to the airship. So, if you're trying to dig up upgrades and you're wondering why you haven't found any Chocographs in a while, chances are good you are actually looking at the point where you should be getting the upgrade ones, but you can't because you have to advance the story. If you keep calling Mogu over and over, he'll get pissed off. He'll still save your stuff, but he just threatens you. You have to be mounted on the Chocobo in order to do Chocobo Hot and Cold. Make sure to buy a bunch. Basically, you gotta figure out which way you need to go. Three quests. There he is. Means you're really close. You just gotta poke around. And the areas you can search will be limited to your current Chocobo status. No, the deeper you go. So, alright, so should correct this before I mess it up. Basically, when you have something that has a very high amount of points to lower it in order to uncover, that's usually a big treasure. In this early, it's going to be either a Chocograph, which is a stone with patterns, or it's going to be a highly valuable item for that point in the game. And the stronger his beak, the faster you dig, and the more you dig at once. Damn, 2 more. And yes, you can find very rare cards during this. Unfortunate. So this can be something until you get more your beak leveled up. Whenever you go to the new areas, you will get your beak level reset, so to speak, in the sense of let's say you have beak level 50 here, right? Well, if you go to the lagoon, it'll be effectively beak level 25 or beak level 15. I don't remember the exact penalty. You may need to go find that treasure in order for more spawn. Oh, that's a big one. 10, stay down. So you get time bonuses depending on how fast you are. Once you get 4, you get extra time. You get within 4 seconds, 5 seconds, bam. It's really useful if you get it, early on. Let's go find that treasure and see if it starts spawning again. Because the game will tell you to, well, it won't tell you, but it basically hints that you should. By soft locking progression and stuff until you meet certain criteria. That's pretty close by. Remember correctly, that's near the bridge. There we go. So we got Germanus boots, which are not available this early on normally. Gives you access to alert and hit point percent bonus, which is something she can get. But right now we got her coral ring. Remember, you have to be mounted on the chocobo in order to access hot and cold. Otherwise, Mine will tell you, ask you, you'll get choco. Now, you can see there are some stuff here. You can get most of these, if not all of them, via alternate means. This is just a way to buy them directly. Robo-Lords is the ultimate armor for casters. In theory, it is possible to get one, as is an offered item here, but it requires an extreme amount of grinding. And if you're doing that, you're better off waiting until Disc 3 when you have all 3 locations available and upgrade Chocobo. In theory, you can grind for this. In reality, God no, dude. Would be much better off just playing the game normally and then, finding other ways to grab it. Where is it? Unfortunate. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get these treasures unlocked and come back when it's when we got them all available to search. Okay, so we've gotten all of them. When you have all of the ones you can access with your current chocobo ability, let's see. There we go. So Mine will tell you that Choco cannot find any more. This means you have hit the limit for chocographs for that upgrade. Every upgrade has a limit, and again, it's gated by story. So we can at least get to the reef upgrade. Now, some of these cannot actually be accessed, even though you have the minimum requirement, because some are actually locked behind other upgrades. But the game does not tell you this, because technically speaking, you only need specific upgrades. See, this one is, I believe, one of the ones that you need the access to the Hildegard for, airship or mountain upgrade. This is one that you cannot access until disc 2. This is one you cannot access until disc 3. And it tells you whether or not your upgrades are available for it. And these are ones you cannot access until you get access to the Blue Narcissus. So, the game does and doesn't give you, good info on whether or not you can actually reasonably access something. Let me. Should be one we can access without going into the grotto. Yep. Ah, good item early on for Vivi. Well, I thought it was. There is another one that gives him a very strong spell for this point of game, but this is good for when you get access to Ico and Garnet again. So keep that around for them. Yeah, now that might should be taken. That could actually be one near, there's a reef one that you need to reef upgrade for. That should be really close by, actually. Double check. You can see how we're messing around right now. See, it's got similar texture to the swamp, right? Yeah. Let me check. Because that, we should have been able to find the oak staff one as well by now. Ah, small beach is the one with the... Okay, so it is nearby. We should actually be able to access that. Oh, we need the reef upgrade. So when we get the reef upgrade from going into past Gizmaluk's grotto, we can come back and get that. That's what we're going to do, is actually go over to Gizmaluk, And continue story so we can access in cleared area. Oh, and something I forgot to talk about is if you're playing on Steam, you can use the speed boost to cheat the timer. Timer counts down in real time. It does not count down faster if you're using speed boost. Ah, crap. Well, this gets so much easier when you have scan. I recommend trying to do blue magic when you have access to a scan user. Otherwise, it's going to be a trouble hassle. Make sure to check for the items here. You can't really say no to this. Look at him, dude. This is why Moogles are like the mascot of the series, alongside Tom Berry and Chocobos. They're hilarious sometimes. This guy just hulked out because he got told there's a Kupo nut nearby. Just hulked out. And this is also who you take Kupo nuts to when you have a spare one, because they will give you rewards. It says that, and they're not kidding. Here's why. We're gonna save. You want to save here. Also, this is the location of one of the friendly monsters, but there is no reason why you should be going near them right now. Oh, here, whoops. Got to turn it off. Here's Big Daddy Dragon. This is a Grand Dragon. Normally, you do not encounter these guys until Disc 3, when you have the airship. Normally. However, if you have the Coral Ring, you can absorb one of the deadliest attacks, and if you have Quina that has gained the heat spell, you can insta-kill them if it lands. Got a low chance of hitting, but if it lands and you have somebody alive, you get about 20,000 XP at minimum. If you remember our Phantasy Star 4 video, this is the same thing as a sandworm farming, although much riskier here. And if you somehow escape, you can get the rising sun. But since she's the last one alive, she's going to absorb that because she has that. See? Notice he's going to keep spamming it. So we run away or die. It's taking forever, isn't it? Yeah. So if you can start, surviving somehow, yeah, it's generally a good idea to give it to Quina. Give the ring to Quina and have her blasting away with the heat spell learned from bombs. Should be spawning around in a forest. Friendly monster, so we're getting out of here. We don't have what he's looking for anyway. As long as you don't kill the monster, you can come back and get him later. So this is the friendly monster Garuda. When you have the piece Zuli, then you can come back up here. As far as I know, the Grand Dragons do not spawn outside of this plain area. So everybody gets stopped and you lose. So you might want to consider having locomotion, which is a very hard ability to get at this point in the game. Oh, right, 10 stone restorer. Whoops. So, if you're looking for bombs, it's hard to get them down here. We're gonna try again looking for a bomb. It should be in this area. Let me check. Because I'm sure this is the right spot. Oh, Lindblum Plateau. Ah. Oops. So it's near the mountain. We had to go all the way back to Lindblum. So when you get Quina, go back and backtrack up to Lindblum. And then, yeah. There might be an alternate spot. Okay, so there's what you're looking for is the mustard bomb. There are let's see, 5 different enemies, one of which is a boss. Is not really one you can take care of this early in the game. Let's see. So some of these are disc 3 enemies. Okay. So we're gonna do some leveling up. Actually, we're probably gonna try to go all the way back. Let's see if we can actually. So we're gonna backtrack and see if we can go all the way back to Lindblum. If you can, then you should be able to go and get bombs, which is something I recommend if you want to do the Grand Dragon Cheese. Of course, we can't have to do this as well. And you can't unlock it from this door. If I remember, there is a way to get all of the bells fully unlocked and make it easier to get in and out. But it's minor inconvenience at most. Up there's that's the extra one. Okay, so yeah. And now you have a quick way in and out. So we head all the way back to Lindblum. Yeah, once you go down there, you can't. Ah, well. So let me check and see, because there was a way you're supposed to eat before, mustard bomb before this. I do want to point it out because it is how you're meant to cheese Grand Dragons as soon as you get Quina. Okay, so there is the main method is using limit glove cheese with Quina, which is not something we actually have access to yet. Limit glove comes from Moose, Axbeaks, Mandragoras, Blazer Beetle, Jabberwock, and Catapultboss. But it requires you have Quina at 1 hit point. Moose are not available yet. I think we passed the area by. The same with the X-Beaks. The X-Beaks are up in Lindblum Plateau before the Festival Hunt. What about Mandragora? Oh, the King Ed Plains. Okay, so that is at an area nearby, actually. Can't actually get this early. There is another method that should actually work. You have to have Chocobo Hot and Gold upgraded first, then get access to the Oak Staff, which is small beach chocograph. You get that from Healing Shores. You have to get the Healing Shores upgrade, then small beach. So for now, let's go back and got the way open. Right. Here comes the boss. Gizamalik is a little bit of a wake-up check. However, there's a way to stop him from most of his funny stuff. And we've got to reach our people. Whoops. Well, FFIX down to work. So here's the big thing, you want to use a flint on him. Notice what it did. It replenishes his hit points, but at the same time it gave him 3 powerful status effects. This stops a lot of his crap. So you can cheese him by doing this, and it nullifies a lot of his threat. Make sure to steal like crazy because that's a good staff for Vivi. And it's one that's recommended for Blue Dragon cheese. There we go. And there is a little Easter egg you could do here. And we finally can equip this on somebody. So this gives her Chemist and Shell, two very useful abilities for her. And she is a scan user, likely the first one you're going to be using scan on, which makes getting blue magic, after getting access to Ico much easier. We missed out on an item there. Oh, it's unfortunate, but there was nothing useful there. And it mentions this, there's this line about the Chocobo Forest, but the girl mentioned there is not Garnet. We see who it is next to disc. That there's Clara, which you can't enter until disc 2. What I'm going to do is actually go all the way over here. There. This is when you have an upgrade. Notice the different colors. These are the upgrades. Gold is in the upper left, C is in the upper right, Reef is in the lower right, and Mountain is in the lower left. And it mentions the lagoon, which we can't access until disc 3. And see, that's what I was talking about. They will say she, he. So people keep alternating between the pronouns. So we'll go all the way back and get that upgrade. Follow the reefs until you get to the little area. There we go. So Blizzard and Slow are good abilities for him at this point in the game, but this is why you want to come and get the Oak Staff. 5-0 is huge in 9. It does a lot of damage, it does damage over time. It's a very powerful ability for Vivi, especially mid and early game, when he may not have access to elemental staffs. It will give him level 2 magic. So we cannot get any more of these until disc 2. Oh, so we got an upgrade. This means we can actually find some more. It will tell you when he doesn't have the ability to find any more right now. This is what I was talking about with the speed cheat, so to speak. Speed boost allows you to get past the time limit. you get special. The limit bonus is calculated off your remaining time. If you manage to get the last one exactly 0 seconds left, it gives you a huge bonus, but it's really hard, so it's easier to go for the quickest one. There we go. So when it says that, that means you've found all pieces and all of the chocograph available for that upgrade. There we go. King Ed plans. We need to get here for, what was that one again? Limit Glove? Yep. Okay, so we're looking for Mandragora. Damn, too much damage. You do want to consider getting some of these early game ones while you have Quina weak, before you start doing any significant level up, because it gets harder to get some of the early game blue magic if you don't get to it when you're weak. This one we already got. Look at that. We have a 1,000 damage nuke. This is a very potent spell. You need to go into the forest. Oh, there we go. Get Quina back up. Notice that the ability is it works like minus strike. And we screwed up. Unfortunate. We're gonna get that limit glove and be back soon. Okay, so we've done the screen grind using limit glove cheese. Basically, what you want to do is use limit glove until you can reliably fight them, but that's gonna be a long way off. The one Grand Dragon will give, before any bonuses, before level up, it will give one character 35,000 XP. So you can see why it's so strong at this point in the game. If 3 people are alive, you get 11,000, so it can really bring your levels up in a hurry. This is a good amount of levels for the next section of the game. I would suggest go to 30 if you really feel like overpowering, but being in the 20s is good enough. And the rain isn't because of the mist. It brings. Remember correctly, it does bring up how it shouldn't be raining anymore once the mist is gone. Make sure to come over here because there's a Stellazio coin. Be mindful, there are some mimics here. We got the, yep, nope, never mind, I thought we didn't quit that. So these guys use poison. Good idea to use it now, they'll equip antibiotics. Sorry, there's a little bit tongue-tied, I need water. So you got only a small window before you run. Yeah, if you do that, you have to walk over there in order to access that. Be careful. This is a missable item. On the other hand, it will, do that. It gives you a pathway down there. And up there's another mimic. So Bermesia is a pretty straightforward area. And we ran into Mimic. Ah, well. And this is something that can be followed up on in Disc 2. And something I forgot to talk about with Freya is Iron Knights count as dragons, so the more you kill, the more points you get towards Dragon's Crest. Whoa! Game froze. Huh. Okay, well, yeah, we're just going to reboot it. I've seen that happen before. So let's stay away from that Mimic then. Okay, so it must have been a one-time glitch or something, because it should not have, yeah. Make sure to go check out these two areas before moving on. Free upgrade for Freya. So this is a very good ability for her to learn. I suggest going right to it. And there will be other items later that give her access to a dragon killer. So this is a good spot to buy some gear upgrade because you'll be going a while without any true decent upgrades. If you have millionaire equipment and you've been farming, you can get some decent money, especially if you're doing Grand Dragon Cheese. Grand Dragons will give you a lot of XP and an immense amount of gold for this point of the game. With a Gillionaire, it should give you upwards of close to 5,000 a pop. Remember, when buying, heavy armor, you have 2 armor users. So make sure you get a duplicate. And see, that's all I was talking about. You get another one of Dragon Killer. Once she's got that learned, then switch her over. So anyway, Racist Wind. This is named after the character in Final Fantasy Tactics who is a dragon transformed from a human. What it does is it gives your party AoE regen, which given the access of lack of access to strong healing magic, can make Freya a very good substitute healer because you're regenerating a lot per turn. This is assuming you don't get, White Wind via Quina, which is something you can miss. Every time Steelskin shows up, make sure to buy. He will keep going, and he's part of the Mognet side quest. And now you have level 2 magic and poison via lightning staff. Lazaro and Slow is given via ice staff. Now this is why you want to consider doing the Chocobo Hot and Cold enough to get the Oak Staff upgrade, because Vivi is going to be your main DPS for a good chunk of Zidane's section of Disc 2, and that bio is very strong. So this is the final area of Disc 1. Once you enter this spot and see the cutscene, you are forced into the disc. And now it's the big tornado. So this is Beatrix, the unwinnable boss fight. If you are leveled up fairly enough, you can force the fight to end quicker rather than trying to hold on long enough for her to end it for you. Make sure to steal. She's got some really nice stuff for Steiner. Notice even when leveled up, she still does a lot of damage through Mighty Guard. This is another indication that she is not meant to be beaten. Take note of that shock ability. It returns in her boss fight in 14. Spoiler alert, that thing's even nastier there. It screws the fighter pretty badly. If I remember correctly, that does show up, but it's called something else. And after a few turns, this happens. So she'll send you down to 1 hit point in win. Now, something interesting about that one ability is it is reused in 14 as part of the Zidane fight, but it's the big DPS, well, not DPS, but the heal check. It's not quite obvious at this point, but Yakuza does recognize something about him. Hence the line. It's one of those foreshadowing things they love to do in Final Fantasy. And I'm not skipping this cutscene because this is an establishing moment for him. So people just don't notice that. Okay. This is something present inside the Steam version. It's just how they left the coding in. So this is normal. You're going to see this. So what we're going to do here is once we get control again, we're going to end it because this is the first video for Front 9 will be covering all Disc 1. All right, so we will see you next time for Disc 2. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.